Hi, Maya. How are y'all doing today? Welcome to a new sapphic game. Another game written by the amazingly talented Ebihime. Yes, it is Cage of Roses. You bought this for me. You bought this for me. Also, it's in the goddamn category, Possum. Why are you surprised? It's in the category of the stream. You paid $2. It's the goddamn stream category. Look! The IV service. I don't know how to read. I see. I see. Well, that's not my problem, is it? But we're here. Unless the reading is fanfic. Or Yuri. Oh yeah, we're back with some more. Back with some more sapphic visual novels. But we're starting out Cage of Roses by, like I said, the amazing Ebihime. She writes amazing, amazing stories. Last time we played an Ebihime game, I think it was... I believe it was Blackberry Honey was the last time we played a game of hers. Off the top of my head, I think that's the last one. And this one, like last week's, has vampire. I think singular. Has hot vampire woman. Woman. Singular. Which is amazing. We love women who are vampires, you know? And she's really hot. Like, look at how hot she is. She's very hot. But yeah, I know very little about this game besides the basic premise of this is the 19th century dark romance. Sorry, I thought I had the doorbell, but that's my brain playing tricks on me. A dark visual novel, dark story, dark romance in the 19th century with a vampire and us, who is this. I don't remember her name. I know very little. I'm excited. I've been waiting for this game to come out for a few months. When it came out, I sadly was preoccupied with other things. I couldn't play it right away. Because another game came out as well, like around the same time, so I played that one first. And then we're here. We're here. We had to wait a good bit to start playing it, but you know. I think it was definitely worth it. Also, this music, as usual. Amazing. Everything chooses great composers for their games. I don't think I can look... I can. Look at the gallery. Danse macabre. Don't hit quit. Don't hit quit. But yeah, I'm excited. There's a gallery. We love galleries right off the bat. We love when we have gallery access right off the bat. But yeah, let's start it. Also, to no one's surprise, I think it was following me on Blue Sky. I once again stayed up all night, not all night, stayed up pretty late last night again, voice acting for fun. While my friend was playing a video game. It was fun. It was fun. I used the Kathy voice. I used the Kathy voice. But also before that, I did this one, which is a lot harder. It's genius, my voice. Indeed I did. For like a whole small segment, for a whole like chunk, the whole like scene of the game that I was reading, I did a voice that was relatively higher pitch, and at the end of it, my throat hurt. And I was like, let's do a different voice. Let's slowly change the voice down. That's different. At some point, it was fucking southern. I don't know why it was southern like this, but it was. And I slowly turned to Kathy. It's funny. Because at one point, Southern Kathy. Because at one point during the we'll get to the game in a minute. At one point during the thing, I was going between this voice and then this voice. But because of Discord, it was really quiet and I couldn't fucking hear very well. And they were at the end of the thing. I was like, they were very scared to turn my volume up. We're trying to hear this voice because it was really quiet and I couldn't hear it because it was two kids talking. It was this voice and this voice talking back and forth, and it was really dangerous for them to turn the volume up because they were fucking deaf or burn their ears if they did that, you know? It's kind of funny though, because like this voice and this voice are extremely different in terms of volume level. It's kind of funny though, you know? It's kind of funny, just like, go to this voice and this voice! Like, I don't know what that is! And like, it's scary! Because I realized I was like this from the microphone when I was talking. Because like, if I did this voice, it's not really hear very well, can you? Because it's very quiet. For some reason, I didn't think to put my fucking mouth close to the microphone like when you do in his voice. I did this thing, so for some reason, I'm not sure why. Like, I did this instead. I can't really hear very well. And I did this voice right back and forth, you know? Anyways, we're done with this. We're done talking about voice acting, I think. Let's start voice acting a game. This game, Kids Roses by Eddie Hime. Yay! Anyways, we're not using that voice. We are not using that voice at all today, because that's gonna fucking kill me. I also don't think anyone would fit that voice in this scenario of 19th century gothic romance. Like, at all. I'd be surprised if there was a character that fit that voice. What does that maid sound like in that one anime? Give me a second. I have a voice in mind. I need to look it up real quick because I forgot what it is. Either a rough. I would say I have a rough visualization of what the voice sounds like. How does that work? How do you visualize a voice? I don't know. I just do. This is loud. I'll turn the sound effects down a bit. In a second as I go search up what this maid sounds like. Not that maid. Not that maid. What the other maid from the anime? The other maid. Not that one. The other one. Why am I looking at this maid? I'm not gonna find it, am I? Wait. She's here? Wait. I found it! I found the... It's fucking Cockney. It's fucking Cockney accent, isn't it? I was looking for the goddamn Cockney accent. Faster! Mike, faster! You have to keep moving, or else... Oh god! They're getting on us! Mikey, make run through the forest as quickly as her legs could carry her. Which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. She tried to obey Henny's orders, fearful both of letting her friend down, and of the shadowy figures who pursue them. But her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb, insensible, as unfeeling as marble, but far, far weaker. It was through nothing save sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, for all her strength had already banded her. Though Meike continued to run, staggering blindly through the fog. She feared it was already a lost cause. She was both a young woman, slender and, well, not very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. She was not like Kenny, who spent her days on her hands and knees, polishing the floors and blackening the fireplaces. Meike's fingers were white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through demeaning, demanding, often physical labor. Reike's lungs, meanwhile, were strained from the agonizing effort of running. Never before has she known that the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. Hello, Akakumi. Welcome. Yours in time for it to start the game. Barely anything has happened so far besides me talking about my last night's escapade of voice acting, fun, and tomfoolery. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm being silly right now.
Mikey, hurry, please! We need to hurry! Quickly, Mike! Cockney accent, fucking forgot it, I'll do it already. God damn it!
Henny reached back to take hold of Maike's hand, her coarse, cool, short fingernails digging into Maike's palms. Her hands back. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Maike knew should she lag behind, she would find herself in far greater pain than this. Maike recalled how her father had looked back in that carriage, his eyes wide, and his face unusually pale. Maike had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, but not receiving. Maike had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, a tree which had stood there for longer than the crypt itself. To Maike, her father had seemed like a force of nature, one which was impossible to argue with or get the better of. This supposition had been turned on its head earlier that night, however, in a mere handful of minutes. For all of his bluster, Maike's father was only human. He had flesh and blood, just as Maike, and uncut, he bled. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush, upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. His fine clothes had been stained black with stuff, and the air had stung of its sharp and metallic scent. Maike could smell her father's blood in her, even now. As she and Henny raced through the forest, she couldn't forget it, however, much she wished to. No! If only the events of that night had had nothing more than a bad dream. Maike wished that the fog would clear and she would wake, her eyelids fluttering to discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her room, in her home, the room flooded with pale sunlight.
Maike? Maike?
Yeah, Maike. But Maike's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to pass in about her as though they meant to eat her alive. The shadowy pursuits were beginning to close in on them. Maike knew she had no hope of outrunning them. She was flagging, her heart hammering in the base of her throat. What would happen when Maike was not so optimistic to hope for an if they caught her? What would they do to him? The thought was almost more than Maike could bear. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? Why, she had done nothing wrong. Unlike Maike, Henny was not a lady. She was but a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship with Maike and her family. had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuable upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering.
Henny!
May Kay appeared, healed to her maid between sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lungs as keenly as knitting needles.
Please. Please, let go. Leave me be. I'm fine.
Wrong fucking voice. The colors are not different for characters, apparently.
Please, let me go. Leave me be. I'm just slowing you down. I don't care. I'm not leaving you behind. But there aren't any buts. I told you. I won't leave you. Now let's keep running.
May Kay wanted to run. Really, she did. But her body had already begun to give in. I also want you to know that I'm fucking really animated. My hands are moving everywhere as I fucking read this and speak right now in this voice for some odd reason. I'm not sure what it is with this voice or that just has me physically acting for some reason. I don't fucking understand. It just is. I'm a fucking theater kid. What do you expect? What the fuck do you expect from me? I'm a fucking theater kid. Fucking sue me. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst the base of her throat, but her legs were weak, despite the excess of blood which filled her. Her hand in Henny's felt cold and clammy. She exhausted all her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lie. Now, we're dying, only a few hundred paces away from the final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within their mausoleum? May Kay did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place, full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. It was quiet, being situated among tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. Its quiet was the deep, fathomless silence of death. May Kay did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living, for her sake, and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's.
God! They're getting closer. They're getting closer.
Her voice just keeps changing. Her voice just keeps fucking changing.
Dawn! They're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Maker.
What? Like the guttering flame of a candle? The last of energy had been exerted. Expended. May Kay's foot caught in a tangled tree root, which rushed from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which had been slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny as she reached out, searching for her loyal maid through the fog, but to little avail.
May Kay?
And his voice echoed in May Kay's ear, shrill and frantic. May Kay's heart jutted in her chest, hard, as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. It slacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud. May Kay's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. The vision swam.
Makey! Oh God, Makey, get up! Please get up! Please get up!
And then everything went black. Act 1. The night that never ended. I didn't press the space button. What? Mary Kay was greeted upon waking by a dull, crushing pain in her. That ripped her skull like a vice. A brackish taste of akin to pond water filled her mouth. With one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Mary Kay's body shuddered. Her lungs burned. It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided. But once it did, Mary Kay began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. She hoped her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Mary Kay had no idea where she was. Sorry about that. Doing things in the background. Mary Kay had no idea where she was. The floor upon which she was sitting. But why was she sitting on the floor, of all places? Was made of stone, which was hard and cold and uncompromising. The walls too, made of stone, as was the ceiling, which felt very far away. A wooden cart was pushed up close against one of the walls, but it was so steeped in shadows, Mary Kay could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the cart which she did not care to examine too closely, but its rim and sides were stained with caked-on filth. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Mary Kay's eyes sting. It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, for she had no wish to use this commode. A quick examination upon the room, though really like a cell, showed Mary Kay that, save for the cot in the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen. No shelves, no cupboards, no even a proper bed. The narrator's voice changed every sentence slowly. I now suddenly be like a different narrator. Interesting. There was no mirror either, so Mary Kay could not see herself. But perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. May Kay doubted she would be at her best given she was in so much pain. She was so very exhausted. She was so cold she could feel goosebumps right prickles her flesh. Her teeth were chattering badly. May Kay wound her arms round her middle and shivered sadly. It was only the chamber port that stunk. The very air itself was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies in general decay. This room? No, she was sure this was so. Reeked of death. How had she come to such a place? What had happened to her? May Kay could remember sitting alongside her mother and her father in their carriage as it bore them through the forest. And then... there, at this most pivotal moment, her memories failed her. May Kay recall nothing else. Had her parents been there, they would have given her instruction. They always seemed to know what May Kay ought to do at any given time, but they were not there. And neither was Henny. May Kay was all alone. Henny had been with her, May Kay was certain before. Before... what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, May Kay. Oh, so...
If only she was made. If only she's made of stone, then perhaps
her hand would not hurt so much. It really did feel that her skull might explode. Not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. May Kay had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home and to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations, but she never wished for this. Tears began to trickle down May Kay's cheeks in crystalline droplets. Tracks in her dirt, which caked her cheeks and dropped one by one on the floor. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the floor. May Kay sobbed, and she sobbed, until...
What's going on?
A soft voice spoke from amongst the teeming shadows. May Kay could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all, given the darkness and now her own tears, but she recognized this familiar cadence. The voice belonged to Henny. May Kay's dearest friend was here too, in this stone cell which smelt of death. And though May Kay feared for Henny, she could feel relief bubbling up inside her. She was not alone after all.
Henny?
May Kay crawled forth on their hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadow.
Henny? Is that you? May Kay?
A shaft of moonlight split through the singular bar of the window, hewed high in the sky, in the wall sky of the cell. And finally, May Kay was afforded a view of her maid. Though christened Henrique, May Kay had always called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed a more appropriate name for a cherry, for for so cheery a woman. For Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. She was sitting on the wooden cot May Kay had first spied, her head bent. Henny's face looked woefully weary. It had lost much of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mired in filth, and her socks were mucked upon up to her ankles. Henny's hands, which she held to her front, were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. She looked an awful sight, but May Kay knew she could hardly have been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There was so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into the state of disorder. May Kay's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly. Though she had worn it in a what? Signon? In a what now? In a what? Chignon. She could now feel it straggling loosely upon her shoulders. The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or just a large hairpin or two. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Meg. So, once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she had seen a ghost.
My God, May. Mike.
Henny looked so alarmed. May felt almost ashamed. Almost. May was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother, or rather, raised its ugly head. But it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Since May Kay's godhood, Henny had been her one staunch, steadfast companion. She was the only person May Kay knew who took May Kay for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more apprehensive, more amendable, more effusive, more like a lady, less like her. Henny didn't want May Kay to be more. She only wanted May Kay to be May Kay. Did that mean then that May Kay did not look like May Kay in that moment? But who else did she resemble? But herself?
I wish to hide it from some... hydrate.
What's that? Sorry. What's happening here? Okay. Nothing too exhilarating. I'm not. What do these do? What do these do? Come on. pop a recoil real quick? I might pop a recoil in my mouth, you know. Because why not? You know, might as well. Maybe good. For when I'm talking in English accent for some reason. Especially since I was voicing like all night last night, you know, important. What happened?
Are you alright, Makey? Look at your poor face. Look at your poor face.
And he rose from the wooden pot, which creaked and crouched before her friend. Reaching out, still shaky, she cupped Makey's cheeks in her fingers and said,
You're bleeding.
I am? I am?
Yes! You have a nasty cut beneath your right eye and your cheek.
And he sucked in a breath, her expression grim.
It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue.
No, I hadn't realized. I'm sorry, honey.
What?
Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, which fortunately wasn't dirty, paused in her dabbing at Makey's face to look at her with bemusement.
What are you pointing for? What are you pointing to me for? Why are you pointing to me, you daft goose? You've done nothing to feel sorry for.
I don't know. I'm just sorry for making you worry, I suppose.
Oh. Think naught of it. Think naught of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember?
Of course, I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for this present, but I will never forget you. You are very much more than a maid, Penny. You're my friend too. My dearest friend.
And I could very well say the same about you. That's why it hurts to see you in such a frightful state.
Do I look so very bad?
Oh, now.
Cute?
Well, now.
He scanned Makey's face. Her brown eyes now bright with mischief.
That depends on how often you want me to be. How honest you want me to be.
Oh dear. Do I look as bad as all that?
You've certainly looked better. Your face is as banged up as a windfall apple.
An apple? An apple? Makey shook her head with wonderment. I only hope that apple isn't riddled with worms.
I don't think you're anything to worry. I don't think you've anything to worry about. On that score, at least.
Well, that is a relief, I suppose. Things could always be worse.
Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive, and so am I. And we're together. That ought to count for something, although...
Eddie finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and muck from his cheek, then drew back, the soiled handkerchief gripping tight in her hand. Her expression nearly dour, she said, after a moment's pause.
I am afraid that your parents mightn't have been so fortunate.
What? Makey's heart leapt in her chest. This somber announcement. What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on?
You don't?
I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancée, but as for how we came here... Meike closed her eyes, in the hopes of remembering something. But again, nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snowy field, all flora blanketed in untrampled whiteness. I'm afraid I can't remember.
Not a single thing.
Nothing.
I see.
Henny grit her teeth together for a few moments. Her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking.
That's not such a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there. It might be for the best that you don't remember all the gory details. I wish I could forget what happened to myself, but...
Henny's voice trailed as awkwardly. She ripped the handkerchief. That kerchief had been the only clean thing in Meg and Henny's cell, but now it too was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Meg had sustained, and how much of it she bled. This too remained a mystery. Meg did not know. There seemed much, all of a sudden, she was ignorant of. She was very unworldly. She might as well have been a little girl again. Enthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Meike had not known, as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum, that she was about to lower herself into a subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her wondered.
Henny?
Meike took Henny's hand in her own, her cracked fingernails digging into her skin.
What happened? Tell me. Please. I want to know. Yes? I thought you might. That does make sense. I might complicate it, though. I don't want to be bearer of bad news. Just promise me you won't take against me what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already, and that would be the straw that to break the camel's back. Henny, please. You should know that this is a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You've only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you, not in all the world. And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all this. I know it upsets you. Christ. It upsets me too. It's an unsettling situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but...
Henny paused. She took in a breath, then In her calmer tone, she said.
Just how much do you want to know? How much is there to know? Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do. Oh dear. Are things true that dire? They're pretty bad, yes. Give me an abridged account then. I have no need to pay everything. Right you are.
He bowed her head in acquiescence, her face half swollen by the shadow. The beam of light, which had penetrated the drab cell, had long since been extinguished. The moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Mary Kay could not cease her shivering. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice, implanted into her gut. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Mary Kay of her trepidation. She knew, once Mary Kay relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changed already, in fact, so quickly that Mary Kay hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid.
I'm sorry to tell you this, Mary Kay, but during our travels, the carriage, well, it was attacked by bandits.
What?
No. Yes. They came creeping up from the fog like, I don't know. Monsters from a children's story, maybe. But scarier. They waylaid the carriage, then stormed in. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father. And when he refused to comply, well,
And his expression twisted.
they stabbed him.
What? Mary Kay stared. She expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. Eventually, she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she had imagined.
Oh God. Not my papa. My poor papa. My poor papa. Don't tell me. He didn't. I'm sorry, but
Henny sniffled.
it's as you probably suspected. His wound was a deep one, and he died.
Dead.
My papa. Dead. Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. I didn't hang around to see what happened, but oh well. It was all over so quickly, I don't think he suffered, at least. And my mama? What of her? Don't tell me she also.
Henny didn't reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Mary Kay with no doubts as to her mother's fate. In one brief night, what Mary Kay's parents had been slaughtered. But now she was an orphan,
And what of us, honey? How did we escape? I found it hard to believe the Battens would just let us go. Oh, I'm sure they would have joined. They would have joined your parents if they'd sat still. If we sat still. I can't read. Oh, I'm sure you would have joined your parents if we sat still, like good little girls. But I didn't want to do that. I took your hand while they were busy with your mother and ran away. We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase after pretty bad. Damn. Sorry, darn quick. It was very dark. The fog was thick. I could hardly see what was happening. At one point, you tripped and you fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead. I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dark, while the bandits trampled about looking for us. I figured we were both a complete goner. I started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then we survived. Yes, we survived.
This may case opposed. I'm not such a surprise. You rather without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they would not have been sitting in this ghastly cell, speaking to one another. The bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Who would have wandered the woods so very late at night, however? Mary Kay could hardly have credited their escape. Must have been the stuff that fantasies were made of.
Do you know how you escaped, Henry? I know what my eyes saw. My eyes can be trusted. My eyes can be trusted, or not. Well, that's another matter altogether. I think I would have bumped into my head myself. It was all so peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle. But looking back at it, no, that ain't the right word. Miracles, just God and all his angels, and all his angels. But there was not Harley about this. It was a right proper mess, really. I took a bloodbath.
Blood?
Yes. There was blood and lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but all I know is one moment they were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright as the bandits approached. And the next, they were gone. Gone? But when? And how? Did they run away? Not necessarily. Not of their free will. The fog parted, you see, and this figure, this woman, she appeared so quick. It was like she'd sprung up from the earth. She wasn't very tall. I don't think she was at least. And she was very skinny. But the way she looked. The way she moved. There was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what had happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them, but that woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood, lots of blood. It stung the high heavens. It did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, the woman in white, didn't seem fussed at all. She was out there, once she'd finished, beneath the moon, as nothing had happened, and then...
Penny pressed her fingers to her brow and, overwhelmed, shook her head.
I don't remember anything after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. I've never been able to rest easy while you're in tears to me, okay?
Yes, I know. You've always been so good and so kind. Thank you, Penny. Mary-Kay chanced to smile, though the muscles around her mouth felt atrophied, worn away following the news of her parents' demise.
I've no idea what I would do without you. It sounds like you've saved me. From the bandits, I suppose. I did. But I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety. But when you were all turned, about that when we were all turned about in the woods, I know where you were. I think I scraped my own shin too. My uncle Chase. We'd be gone ours if that woman hadn't appeared. But now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who would be able to beat 4 men in tests of strength. Not even her own Mademoiselle Blanchard.
Mary-Kay's smile widened. Mary-Kay's smile widened at the severity of the situation. She was even able to manage to laugh. She was weak. It was a weak laugh, which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. He never failed to cheer her up. She must have had a knack for it. Mary-Kay was too old to believe in magic. But when she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered. Are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps there was some sort of animal inside, and you failed to perceive it in the fog. That could be, but like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've lost a good 10 years off my life together. Here, he smiled grimly in the manner of all survivors after witnessing something horrid.
That's better than having it cut shorter together.
You must be thankful for all great mercies.
Yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense.
Mary-Kay squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' death was a heavy burden to bear. But Mary-Kay, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine It still did not seem quite real. The shock of it all, perhaps, had blunted her senses. It would have taken a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, May did not doubt the tears would come, thicker and faster than before. It had always been so, but her childhood, his adventures in her family's crypt, had left her something of a crybaby. Now then. May Kay inhaled, then glanced about. Where do you suppose we are? And how do you suppose we get out? There's a good question. I'm wondering that myself. It's not the nicest place, is it? Not particularly. No, it's awfully damp. And it's damp, too. I'm freezing. I'm freezing. You poor thing. Come here. And he shifted closer to Meike, then drew her arms together about her. Holding her close, she then glanced about. Both maid and mistress squinted at the shadows as though they might have unearthed some secret way to escape. A trap door, perhaps, or a hidden passageway. But to Meike's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows stood little to mask this fact, and still it stank. Goodness me! It's not much to look at, is it? You might as well be in a prison cell. I think that might be what this is. In a second. What am I looking at? In a second. Something came up. Henny drew back from Meike. Henny drew back from Meike. The legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor and frowned. I reckon you're right. I wonder who brought us here. You and me both. It was nice of our mysterious benefactor, or benefactress, to rescue us, though they can't be all the kind that they let us suffer in here. You'd think they would at least have put us in a nicer room. I'm not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Meike. Meike, this place is fit for rats. Is it fit for rats? Let alone a purse, let alone people. It's alright. Are you being serious? And he's raised her eyebrow. Meike smiled. It's better than being dead, at least. It's better than being dead, at least. Even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable. Only a mite? Well, quite a bit, if I'm being honest. Meike drew her arms about her legs. Her knees bent beneath her chin and said, when I woke up, I was lying on the floor. On the floor? And his eyebrows shot up from her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated. It managed to bring another smile to Make's lips. Despite how very dire their situation was.
I suppose it might make sense, there being only one bed, but oh, that is too much. I can't believe they'd fling you off about like a sack of spuds.
Many unbelievable things happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been buckled the trend.
Some benefactor. When I get my hand on them, I'll give them what for.
Don't, honey. I want you to pick a fight with whoever brought us here. I don't want to anger them, not when we were at their mercy.
Why? But that makes us sound like captives.
Is that not what we are? This is a cell after all, and we have no means of escaping. We're being treated like prisoners.
I know. But it still stings. I don't care about me. I don't want to see you being treated like a convict. Not when you've been through so much.
A second. Yeah, it's a website. A second. Persona. A second. No. You're back. Yeah, not bad. Sorry about that. Oh, God. Am I misaligned? I think I'm misaligned. Am I misaligned? I kind of am. Kind of. That's worse. Whatever. I don't care about me. I don't want to see you being treated like a convict. Not when you've been through so much. You've been through worse. At least I don't believe. God. At least I don't remember what happened, unlike you. And you're the one who'll be saddled with the consequences, poor Mikey. Mikey. It was your parents, not mine, who were... Well... I don't expect there's much point in trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Mikey. Mikey. So try not to worry. Keep your chin up. You'll get through this. Thank you, honey. I always believed. I almost believe it. Coming from you. You should. Don't say things that I don't say things I don't mean, you know. Let's see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. They could be a way to escape yet. Eddie rose to her feet. The one set flew. Did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than it was. For they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henry many steps to canvas the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, then her ears, as though the stonework might whisper their weakness to her. But the walls, of course, remained mute. Henry then took to the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but they refused to yield. Oh, come on! Frustrated, Henry gave the bars a kick, the tip of her shoe colliding with them, loosing clogs of dirt from her soles, but... Tattle! The bars refused to budge. They were quite impenetrable. Sighing, Henry changed tack. She moved from the door to glance up to the window. This was similarly barred, too high up to reach, and much too small to squeeze through. It almost seemed like a miracle that such a small window allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell. And the clouds and the fog shifted. And? Maikey asked. Then a disenchanted penny flopped down beside her, the rustle of her skirt. Did you cover anything? No, so we're more trapped than I thought. I thought you might have come to that conclusion, yes. Good! And he kicked off her high shoe, her right shoe, goddamn dyslexia at its finest, and began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb. This is a rum situation. I wonder what we'll do, or where to do. I don't think there is much we can do, other than wait. I suppose you're right. Can't say I like the thought of it, though. We're sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action. Then he looked around about the cell once more and sighed. I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything that we could do. I'm sorry. Being so hopeless. Like, I meant to look after you. But I'm at a total loss. Don't apologize, dear Henny. It would be better simply being with you. I'm gonna try to make this a bit smaller. Make her a bit smaller. Take a bit less room in the screen. Move her over a bit more. There we go. There you go. Much better. Look at all that space. Let's want to save again. I think this is a kinetic fiction, but I'm still gonna save because, you know, I like saving. It makes me feel good just saving random spots every now and again.
That's something, at least. I wish I could be some real use, though. You are real use. Without you, I'd be an unconscious mess. An inconsolable mess, weeping on the floor. Well, we can't be having that. It breaks my heart to see you cry. Much as it breaks my heart to see you. See you self-flagellate so over something that is not your fault. Touché. Now that we're well and truly stuck here, I suppose we ought to make the best of it, though. I have a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us, or what cause, but they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if...
It began, but she found herself unable to finish the sentence. A sound issued forth from darkness, emitting from beyond the tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, a tiny bird, hovering in the sound of the musty air. It sounded like a scream.
Good God! What in the world was that?
I suppose that was just the wind.
Do you really think so?
Yes, I imagine. Mary Kay answered in affirmation. In the affirmative, though deep down both she and Henny knew the truth. That had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained and a little faint. Unmistakably human. With no obvious way of escape, and very little to do, May Kennedy had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat upon the floor together with their legs folded primly, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party. And he had, at first, balked at the thought of a mistress sitting on the stone, like a plebeian. But May Kay's dress was already so dirty, it didn't matter. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves into inertia. And he knew they had to do something to take their minds off their ghastly predicament. Unfortunately, Penny was not empty-handed. She had in her pockets, alongside the handkerchief she had used to wipe Maykay's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were worn and bent and at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. Reminds me of all the fucking playing cards I have sitting around that have been collecting dust and doing nothing. I can see 2 packs of cards right there in front of me right now, being used to hold up figures on my table. Yes, I in fact do that. I have 2 packs of cards sitting on my desk, upright, in the boxes, used to prop up a pony.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
In the stretch. I also have 2 packs of cards in my room, on my bedside drawer, doing nothing, collecting dust, as usual. One is Miku themed, and one is the disappearance of One is Miku themed, and one is the Melancholy of Harume Suzumiya themed. I don't know where Haruhi came from. I know that Miku one came from Toronto many years ago because I bought it with my money. Because why not? Miku, Hog. Miku Dayo. Miku Dayo. Anyways, God games. What? For want of a better way to use that time, and he proposed to make a game of Joker. A game which make a great to. What the fuck is a game of Joker? What? The Dream Woman played several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing of cards. The game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Meikei's worries. What is the game of Joker? I wonder, is this a real thing? Let's find out. To Google we go. Joker. Is this a real card game? According to this page on the internet, it is a card game played in Germania, in which each player tries to predict exactly how many tricks they can win. It's closely related to Oh Hell! Randy Most! And other games of similar type, but with the key difference of that the 36 card pack included 2 jokers, which may be used to either high cards or low cards, and choose the player. This page is based on information from Alexander Flat. Players and cards! A standard deck of 36 cards, used with Joker substituted for the 2 black 6s. The remaining cards in each suit rank from high to low. Ace, King, Queen, Joker, 10, 9, 8, 7, Joker. Are normally 4 players. There are normally 4 players, each playing for themselves, as possible for 3 to 6 players to play, and necessarily motivation to describe it volume approach. And if deal and play at clockwise in turn, this does not feel like the game they're playing at all, because it's 2 people, and also a deck of cards is 32 it's not 36, it's 52. I know this because it's to pick up. Anyways, moving on. 3 women played for rounds of. The game did not require a great deal of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Meikei's worries. It could not, as alas, alleviate the cold, but Meikei had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in the dank, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it felt to be warm. At a journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerhardt's living room, or else tucked up in one of his many guest bedrooms, with a warming pan of wheat. Both Augsburg and Walter Gerhard seemed very far away to make it, though being confirmed, confined thus in a prison cell. How long had she been sitting with Henny on the floor, shivering? Meikei did not know. She could not tell. But Meikei, all Meikei really knew, in her infinite ignorance, was that the night seemed hopelessly long. She hopelessly small and insignificant. There was no clock in Meikei's cell, and neither she nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. The only means May Kay had of tracking the advance of hours was the silver sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window, situated high above their head. She could recall that the sky had been dark while they were waking. It remains so now, 3 years of Joker later. The moon haunts you, which emerged from the fog at regular intervals, shines pallid light upon Maker's head, and upon her hand cards, letting her Joker in his wide, rictus grin. Maker had never much cared for the Joker in Henry's trusty pack of cards. His expression unnerved her. Every once in a while, as she played, Maker spared a few glances at the barred window above her head. Though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. Produce, product. Good. The amount of typos I got while typing that really quickly was hilarious. Anyways, though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. It couldn't have been an advanced hour of night, or could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours before the morning. The calendar might have shifted already. From one day to the next. But May Kay was none the wiser. May Kay. The sky was so dark, May Kay found it hard to believe the sun would ever rise again. The darkness which abounded within her cell was so complete it seemed to be blotted out, the very concept of morning altogether. She feared she might never again see the sun's golden rays, never again hear the twittering, the starling, and the trees which announced the brand new day. When did the birds begin to chirp beyond her bedroom? May Kay could not recall, but she thought it must have been about 6 in the morning. May Kay had gone to the bed at 10 every night. And their dutiful daughter watched what? She had often found it hard to sleep for a full, unbroken 8 hours. She would arise in odd hours at 1 or 2 and 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. When this occurred, May Kay would rise from her bed, sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the sun, press the glass that always helped cool her, and her errant thoughts alongside it. No! How her mind raced. This is ridiculous! And he groused, all while examining her cards.
We ought to be at her Gerhard's right now. Save houses. Save us houses. We weren't so very far from Augsburg. At least, I don't think we were when we were attacked. Why did those bandits have to go after us? We were just unfortunate, I suppose. I can't imagine. I can't imagine the bandits meant specifically to target us. We're just happy to be there. You're probably right, but... goodness. Of all the awful luck. At least you've had a fair run during our game. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Ha! Well, true. I suppose I should thank heaven for small mercies then. When you smile at Maker, you attempt to cheer her up. But it didn't last. Both Henny's smile and Maker's cheer were half-hearted. They were soon swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell. It's a shame. I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what Herr Gerhard would make of this. He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state he'd been tipped into, Mikey. I'm enraged too, as for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're von SM. For crying out loud. The person who's holding his hair, you feel mighty sorry when they realise who you are. You're a real lady. Maybe. Maker's reply was vague, in both tone and meaning. Fuck yeah. Not only Maker herself was sure whether she meant to despise Henry's optimistic assertions that her bearing lady would grant her any favours of her captor, or whether she meant to challenge the notion as she was lady at all. Maker had been born in a noble family. It was true. A lineage which could be traced back centuries, but the von essence were not what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a compulsive gambling addiction had led the squanderings of much of the von Eason's wealth. Was still in possession of the family home and a veritable fleet of maid servants, the family's finances have been in dire situations ever since Mary came, you remember. Though not openly wanting for cash, Maker's parents had been made purchases based on the family's prestige rather than the figures of their bank accounts. Maker's wedding to her Gerhard's had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether. But that now seemed an impossibility. How could Mary wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Maker had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over her cruel fate. As it was, however, she was fiercely calm. What did she care about Walter Gerhard's fate? She barely knew him. Well, not to worry. Herr Gerhard must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering where the place we are. Herr Gerhard, He's sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Makey. Makey. Do you really think so? Absolutely. I mean, he's your fiancé. He's got to be worried. You're such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't. Thank you, Penny. I appreciate it. Don't thank me, Makey. I'm just stating the facts. If I were a man and had a fiancé like you can bet I wouldn't let you go out of my sight. Perhaps it's a game. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm here with you, then. You at least know I'm alright. Yes, you are. And I thank heaven on a high for it. You know I'd do anything to keep you safe, Makey. I know. Makey could well believe that coming from Henry. But it came from Henry's claims about Walter, however. Makey was less certain. You a man! Disgusting! What did she know about Walter, really? Other than his age, his occupation, and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was. Makey had met Walter only 3 past occasions, and had exchanged almost as many words. The man was a stranger to her. Makey's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. Makey had dreaded the visit to Orcasbury for well a month. Now it had been terminated. She felt a perverse sort of relief. Part of Makey had even begun to wonder whether the bandits' attack had brought it with some good, alongside all the bad. But then Makey chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth their labor of return? It is true enough that she may never see Walter again, but she would never see her mother, nor her father again either. It was not fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. How could she ever have thought of such a thing? She really must have been wicked. Was that why she'd found herself in such a dire situation? Perhaps this was God's way of punishing her for being so poor, for being such a poor daughter, and a sinner who spent too much of her time lost in daydreams, imagining things which could never and would never be. Makey and Henry sat in their cell for what could have been minutes or hours or even days, whiling away the time. By God, there was so much time. With continued, unending, incessant games of Joker. Makey's heart was not in the game. Her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trust her soundly. One. Henny was better than Makey at card games in general. This came as little surprise. Makey was accustomed to losing and accepted her failure with good grace. There were more important things in life than card games. And in any event, Makey was glad to be rid of the eerie grinning jokers in her deck. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. Makey began to wonder, in a detached way, as
Penny launched into her 14th round of Joker. Whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from the forest had done so not as an act of kindness, but as a matter of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in the cell alone until the time itself slowed to a trickle and ceased. The squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed despite all the interminable waiting, Mickey found her hypothesis proven wrong. She could hear, above the sound of Penny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. The footsteps were quiet enough at first, and that Mickey wondered whether she had been imagining them, but as seconds elapsed, they became louder still until even Henny heard them.
Goodness me!
Henny flung the cards, then threw them down. Red hearts and black spades split across the floor. The stone.
Can you hear that, Mickey?
Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming.
A rescuer from the woods, but do you think?
They could be a rescuer, yes. But maybe. Mickey chose not to finish the thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat, like tar, and she shivered. She didn't want to extinguish the hopes which she could see, flickering now in Henry's eyes. Now that would have been cruel. Henry's head swiveled to the grated iron door, excitable as a puppy, and wide-eyed, she peered through the shadows.
This is a turn for the better. I was getting worried they'd forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'll be sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality.
You've said that once before, Penny, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to anger them.
Oh, stuff with the nonsense. I'm sure it'll be fine. If they wanted to harm us, they'd have plenty of chances to do it already, surely.
That is true, but... The footsteps drew closer still, echoing about the stone walls, echoing inside Mickey's skull. Mickey's skull. The footsteps could represent only two things. They could mean salvation, if they were lucky. But Mickey had it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky. Despite Henny's continued winning hand in Joker. It seemed far likely that those footsteps would bring about yet more suffering. And sure enough. Well, well. Would you look what the cut dragged in? The voice that cut through Mickey's musings, well, it's a proud, haunting one. The syllables polished to perfection, like cut glass. The voice belonged, quite obviously, to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been well bred. Perhaps their rescuer was a lady, then a Vaughn and such, like Mickey. A family whose ancestral home was vast and old and grand enough for its very own dungeon. Whereas more nobility used their subterranean storage space for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer to prisoners. The thought did not fill May-Kay with such confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice. And when she did... Oh. May-Kay could not help but gasp in surprise. The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cellar door, was not at all what May-Kay had imagined. She was shorter than May-Kay had expected. Shorter than May-Kay herself. She was dwarfed by her wealthier, significantly older fiancé, and slender with it. Her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar, the stem of a flower. Her skin was frightfully pale, like that of a corpse. Underneath her eyes, May-Kay could see dark rings similar to those she often sported during the long nights of her bedroom window, unable to sleep. The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow the moon's light. Her hair was worn in a chignon, but instead was loose. It was not worn as chignon, but it was loose. It tumbled about her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed in a manner which could have made May-Kay's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. The girl's appearance, but was she a girl, was striking, not only because of her indeterminate age, but because of her eyes, which were widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious lashes. Her irises, not brown like Henny's, not blue like May-Kay's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor grey, nor anything nor shade May-Kay had been in the faces of her family, servants, and the attendants at the banquet to which her mother took her, and the congregations of her local parish. Her irises were, instead, bright red, so much so bordered on this These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from May-Kay's sliced cheek and seemed to be full of violence. The girl was a perfect stranger to May-Kay, but her eyes told her more than pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. May-Kay knew instantly that she gazed upon her, that she should keep her distance, if she could. But this only made her, conversely, feel even more enchanted. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell.
That woman?
And he shifted back, her skirts shifting against the ground.
She's the one I told you about, May-Kay, the one from the woods. She's the one he fought off those bandits. I thought what I saw was unbelievable, but I know it wasn't a dream. Julie's real. She killed all those men. She's a monster.
Oh, a monster, am I? The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed to that end. With a smile, said,
You cut me, didn't you? You cooked me to the quick. The humans do.
I am the monster rower, rower, rower.
Roy, roy, roy. Roy, roy, roy. Yes. Yes, I am the monster. Roy, roy, roy. At least you would. Were I not so accommodated to it. Accustomed to it. Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests. But you could at least not be polite. And please try to be polite. Why? If it were up for me, both of you would have been playing in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition.
So you really were the one who saved us? I thought as much. Yours aren't as yours is the face anybody could forget in a Perry.
Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I'm very striking, I know.
Why did you save us though? And how? I can't believe you brought us back here, wherever it is, on your own. You must have had help.
If only. But alas, I've not had any help for, well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. If only, but alas, I have not had any help for. Now, let's see. It must have been a century at least.
A century?
Had he gawked at the woman, her eyes agog.
But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18.
Do you really think so? You're too kind. Laughing softly, the woman extricated a key from her pocket and inserted it into the awaiting keyhole. Deftly, she turned it, and deftly, she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. Once inside the cell, she turned to close the door and locked it in. There. That ought to do it. It'd be horrible and tedious if you tried to run from me. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all the fuss. With the door secure, the woman placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. Her red eyes met Mary's, which were narrowed with mistrust. And pouting, she said, "Now, why are you looking like that? You make me feel quite unwelcome. I thought you ought to be relieved to see my face after being left to languish in the catacomb of my castle for hours on end. Maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You wrinkle your pretty face." This chastisement was familiar to May Kay. She had heard it many times from her mother, while May Kay had been trained to obey her mother without question. However, it was not so with this strange woman. Some of her reticent
fell away, and you, Meike said,
What I do with my what I do with my face is my own concern. I'm sure I'm none of your business.
My goodness. You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrinking violet. But maybe I was mistaken. You might make it for quite the amusing plaything, though you'd be good sight prettier if you smiled. I can't say I blame you for being so sure. No, never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anybody else tried to give me orders. It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but... Oh, well, never mind. Mama manners. Hello, phone, what are you yelling for? Love that. My name is Magdalena, but you may call me Lena. My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. They might have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so now. They have long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to. I'm all that is left of their legacy. A fact I would very much love to rub in their faces, but alas, I never got the chance. It is very nice to meet you. For the second time this night. So saying, Magdalena dropped neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of her skirt. I'm afraid I cannot be afforded much chance to properly know you. Well, I would relish the chance to speak with a couple of young maidens such as yourselves. I have designed for you beyond idle chatter. And what do you mean by that exactly? Only that now I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You may have already seen too much. What? And he stared at Magdalena with wide eyes, so full of fear, and the air swelled with it. What do you mean? What I said. Do try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum, listeners though you may be. I would have liked to keep you in suspense, and at this point, it doesn't matter how much you know. Not be able to tell anyone else what you might have heard. What you might learn here. You'll not be venturing further beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting into a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the jokers in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes stood out in her milky face, like a rose blooming to fight the winter's chill. Or else, okay, thought, like a shudder, freshly spilt blood. You must understand that I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It doesn't take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic. It makes me wonder why they even bothered. If they'd any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the whole trouble. You humans can be awfully thoughtless. But it's really hard to do that. I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of the little group back to my castle. It was in a bad way that I was obliged to introduce myself to him. They were bestowing upon him bestowing upon you similar honors. I really must apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insensitivity. How many men and women had Magdalena brought here to her castle, and how many had she summoned, tortured? Mayke knew of at least one, besides herself and Henny. 5 minutes later. Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. He was quite the sight, and he ought to have been. You'd have to seen the way he begged and bleated and growled under my feet. A grown man like that was practically made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence, and he was predator, stalking his prey through the woods in the next. Magdalena drew a hand across her neck, in the unequivocal universal gesture of a slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and the screams really were exquisite. Did you, Trust, happen to hear them? He was being rather loud. What? What? You? Oh goodness. Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. That man was abandoned. A vulture in a man's flesh, who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunate in that starred carriage, the driver, and the horses too.
It went for me. You would be gone as soon as the poor unfortunate. Stalled carriage, the driver, and the horses too. Nobody was spared of their ravages, man nor beast. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, there would have been enough to turn it even my stomach. Maybe that is so. Maybe that is so. But you drove over another death like that. You gloated over another death like that. It doesn't seem right. You're twisted. If I am twisted, that is the only because this world. Magdalena began, then paused. A momentary furrow captured her brow, but soon it straightened out as nothing of note had occurred. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind that. I do not wish to speak cliches, to spout cliches about good and evil. I will begin to bore myself. In fact, the matter is that man got what he deserved, as did his compatriot. I took great pain to ensure that. I paid that rigard back twofold. Twofold, you say? Oh my god. What he did to you? Make you the stretch.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
That was weirdly sensual. That was oddly too sensual for my tastes. What can I do about it? I can't go back in time now, can I? Did you know that he tried to be stomach in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. There's so much pride. It's funny, really, that a girl like that would care so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog, but still had pretensions of greatness, of grandeur. And soon stripped him of those lofty illusions, rather. Humans are very alike. In one regard, at least. You'll scream the same after your bones have been broken, and you won't bleed red. That man was a bodyguard. Oh, can I see that? Who deserved the hangman's noose? But it's for the court of law to decide, aren't you? What you did is injustice. It's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pressure on other people's deaths. What gave you the right to kill him anyway? I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land. As for you, and the young lady here. His life was forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's Prayer may say that we ought to forgive those who wrong us. But I have no patience with such teachers. They try to lie to me. The Lord hath forgiven me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now. I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he could have let me suffer so, if he truly existed. Sometimes I do wonder So, you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? I've done far worse than that in my time. And the moral of the story, morals of you two, the sentence, church goes, not to lie tonight. To me, I am not of your kind. I am a drinker of blood who walks the night. I have been alive for over a century now. My life is very different to yours and your mistress's. I doubt that you could understand me, and neither do I want you to. I have no desire to understand you either. There'd be no point. We are much too different. I drink your blood? What's that going to make you? A vampire? A vampire?
It was Mikey who offered for his labour. After Henny's voice faltered. Mikey was an ardent devourer of books, which had read before with such shadowy dozens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady Von Essen had thought that Mikey was a well-bred young woman, ought not to read at all.
It was not a very... It's only to excite your mind, dear.
But should, instead, busy yourself with embroidery. Mikey, however, had always preferred books to busy work, particularly work which involved needles. She found herself returning to stories time and time again, whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Mikey had read all manners of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories, full of mystery, intrigue, and yes, even murder. Mikey knew, from her readings, that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shunned the sunlight, dwelt in ruinous castles, and sucked upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Yes, Mikey thought, in an oddly detached manner, that did make sense. She had sensed there was something strange about Magdalena when her eyes had first met. Magdalena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense, at least. It would have, had May Kay been a heroine in one of her novels. But life, May Kay reminded herself, was not akin to the story. May Kay might consume books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know that the words written within the page of adventure stories were all scones of fiction. Vampires ought to remain within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about the human world as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh, with hearts which no longer beat it. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fancy. But Magdalena was undoubtedly real, and unsettling though she was, May Kay did not take her for a liar.
Yes, that is correct. I'm a vampire, and this castle is my territory, and the woods that started you. You wander into my domain. You hopeless little rogues. On the run from those awful bandits. I don't know if this is your fault, and I have not no quibble with you. I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice. By half. Too nice. For my own good. Come. You've been awfully surly with me. Both of you, but I've only ever been polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatched. In the brigades is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. But I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow anybody who has wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. I shall snap both of your necks, and Madame said what? Magdalen's red eyes found May Kay's, then held them. Her smile, which hitherto had seemed so easy, faded as she frowned. You don't seem to be a mere peasant. I can tell from your clothes, dirty though they are, that you are from a wealthy background. Your voice and your bearings. Yes, even the way you look at me. It all suggests you are, in fact, a lady. Would I be correct in that assumption? Why do you ask? It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into these woods, it's not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I have lived out of sight from the public eye for night on a century, and I have no desire to invite Augsburg's constantly into my home. The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Magdalena put a face, as a small child might, when confronted with a plate of food they did not much care for. If we are related, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life and kill only this doty common girl, your maid, I take it? Magdalene looked at Henning, now lips curled into a mean smile. What do you say? That is it not a bad trade, is it? Your life for her life for yours. Precious few people who fit find themselves in my abode, ever able to live to tell the tale. You might be the one. In goodness, how many guests have I had over the years? There must be a good 200 or 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness?
Aren't you touched by that promise? Silence descended in the decrepit cell following Magdalena's announcement. Stuck for words, May-Kay could only stare at her. Lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? There was relief, certainly, at the prospect of escaping the cell, but May-Kay could take no real pleasure in it, not when it would come at the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend, who had been by her side since her early childhood? Would not for Henny, May-Kay knew she would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in opponent's carriage. I'm trying to. Come on. Come on. God damn it. Henny rescued her once already. It seemed inconsiderate. It seemed unconsiderable that she should leave her now. Make her turn this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip when.
Well, it's my life. I all you're after.
And he reached out, taking May-Kay's hands between her own, and then said,
What else is there to think about? It sounds like a fine suggestion to me. Don't you agree, May-Kay?
What? May-Kay stared at Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending.
Surely you don't mean that. You're not already with this, are you, Henny? Well, it'd be lie if I said I'd be lie if I said I was jumping up and down for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Hey, yo.
Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face.
Well, if it's what I've got to do to save your life, then May-Kay, I do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt.
He tried to sound brave, but May-Kay could hear her voice tremble. All the same, could feel, too, when his hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams the bandits lead her as they echoed through the halls. Neither woman had seen his final moments. They do from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. May-Kay could not allow Henny to endure such suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. May-Kay knew Henny wished only the best of her, but no. May-Kay spoke up, voice surprisingly cool, given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her chest, her breast.
I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me. What? No. You can't. You can't mean that, May-Kay. Surely you jest. No, I'm not. You know I have a terrible sense of humour, Henny. I hardly even tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You've already looked out for me ever since I was little. I thought I always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the keys, the mausoleum, in my insufferable curiosity? I crept inside. But of course, I remember. You dragged me in after you, despite my warnings. And you went about as badly as expected too. Didn't just.
Faintly, Maker smiled. Dire though the situation was, happy to share this memory with Henning. For all she knew, it might very well be in the last moments for minutes with her maid. Thus, Maker knew not what future held, but
Lady Von Essen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I'd never even seen anything like it. Oh yes, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils. I recall she struck you, and then when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard, my ears started ringing from sometimes. God, yes. Poor hen. I felt awful about it at the time. I really did. I didn't care about my punishment. God knows I deserved it. But you'd done nothing wrong. You've been perfectly reasonable about this whole thing. If I listened to you, we would have avoided the furrow upon altogether. But I was too reckless. I ignored your wishes, but you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense, just like a knight. You were slapped silly for my troubles. It was horribly unfair. I have dragged you into all sorts of messes before, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying upon you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. That's my okay. I like it when you rely on me. Please feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. But I can't. It isn't right. It's long past time that I ever paid you. By offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead, that isn't what I want. May you please?
he stared at her mistress, her wide eyes entreating.
I love you. But you're acting like a crazy woman.
And you at the pinnacle of rationality, are you? Considering this crazy deal, this is truly insane. Don't tell me you've accepted all this.
Of course I have not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, then I must. I will. That's my job.
Magic isn't. But it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henry. This farce has lasted long enough.
What farce?
You know what I mean. Magdalena. Yes. Have you quite finished with your little quarrel? I must confess, I was beginning to be rather left out. My apologies. I will endure not. I will endeavour not to be so rude in the future to my hostess. Meike dipped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Maykay knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. If Maykay was to save Henny, she must be obligated to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Maykay's means. Even though she was a lady, she was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to bring the sitter, her marriage and prospects. She had failed on that score, but she didn't intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did...
I fear you're laboring under a misconception. Misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reason is sound. They would indeed, but be a ruckus if a nobleman was to go missing, a woman was missing, but your application is not. I'm not a lady, you see. My companion is.
Oh. Magdalena raised an eyebrow.
And then you mean to say you are the maid in this lumpant Henny is the mistress? That is correct, yes. And now I'm dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one. But that was part of Lord and Lady von Essen's ruse. While travelling, they often have me dress as a lady. Or Henny, that is to say, Henrique, dressed as a maid. It is a means of subterfuge, so that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I am the one who would be in harm's way, rather than my mistress. And a truly desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady.
What? Maykay, that's... Henry began, but Maykay cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, and she found she could not still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address.
Lady Henrique is the one whom will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She's a fiancée, Lady Vera, you know, and she's a very important man. If he doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, he'll be certain to send out such a party for her. You would not want that, would you?
Magdalena pondered Maykay's tall tale for a few moments, one glove hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Maykay stared at her, compelling her through sheer force and will to accept her tale at face value. Maykay knew her story was patently unbelievable, but she didn't mean to convince a whole jury. She needed only to convince Magdalena. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke until...
Very well. If that's how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. Let me leave my abode, Lady Henrique.
Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy.
If that is indeed your real name, I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of inspiration. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and as fine as yourself? You've surprisingly well spoken, maid, however. You'll be bidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal? Yes. I'll do anything to ensure Lady Henrique's safety. Oh, most assuredly. You will not consent to acting as a decoy on your path if you didn't care. You didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It is quite special, really. Particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now come on, Lady Henry. It is very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I feel I must cut your meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It's the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status.
What? Mackay, no!
Henny cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, the pale fingers winding tight about her wrist.
Mackay, please stop this. Tell her the truth.
I'm sorry, Hen, what? Abashed, Mackay dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life to Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze, as she was dragged bodily from her cell. The hurt in Henny's contents, and the betrayal, stung far too much. This is how it has to be.
Says who? I was willing to go along with the woman's plan, but you scrupled it up. I don't understand you at all, Meg. Why would you tell such tissue lies for a little of me? Magdalena, please.
He stared at Magdalena, more while trying, in vain, to dig her heels into the stone floor of her cell.
Surely you can't believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady. That was a fancy proper way of talking. She's far, far more genteel than I could ever dream of being.
Her manners are certainly more polished than yours are, but perhaps this comes from years of servitude. You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, lady. Henry, your fiancé won't take much to you if you are as you are now. I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Now come along. Let's not argue. You will give me a headache.
With me, Kay. With my Kay. I can't leave her. Let me go.
And he cried anew, screaming now, but Magdalena's hold onto her did not loosen. If anything, he seemed to grow stronger, to such a degree that Henny screamed.
Ow!
Henny's cries echoed throughout the cell, even more unbearable as the bandits later, during his final minutes. Magdalena had not made Henny bleed. At least she was gripping her. But she was gripping her wrist so tightly, Nicky feared she might snap it. Henny, who was short and dumpy, could put up little in a way of front. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done. Not any longer.
I was just thinking that you look
Hydrate
like the
myself.
sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
I don't hydrate.
There's nothing which could be done. Not any longer. And you would have to leave. While Maike remained incarcerated in this dreary cell alone. This was what Maike wanted. When she had spun her, frankly, untenable story
So why, then, did you feel guilty?
Let go of me! Let go, I say! Make please!
Penny continued to protest. Magdalena remained insensible in her cries. The door of the cell was closed once more, with such a clang, and Maykay was left upon the ground, pale-faced, trembling, and all alone. Forced to marry a man she didn't love, Maykay despaired. When she and her family fell apart like bandits, deep in the woods. With the help of her maid, Penny, Maykay was able to escape.
Maykay! Penny!
Only to find herself captured by the mysterious vampire, Magdalena. Gay. This should be gay. Hell yeah. Magdalena. Johanna! Maykay fears her captor, and yet... she feels safer with Magdalene than she ever did in her life. This too is sweet as fuck.
My god. It's so cute, what the fuck? I like this.
Cage of Roses.
I know, it's so gay. So cute. Okay, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'm gonna dehydrate. And we'll be back in a minute.
And I returned. Hello. I am dehydrated. I got my water. Because water is important. And let me check something else real quick. Let me check something. Anything important? I don't think so. I think we're good. I'm gonna check something. Actually, I need to check one more thing. Because I haven't been emails about messages, but maybe there was one. No, okay. No updates. Cool, okay. Just checking. Okay, sorry about that. I had to just check something real quick. Checking if I am missing out on messages or not. Semi important. Oh no. Semi interesting to myself. The time passed at an agonizingly slow pace as Mary Kay sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Without Henry, without Henry to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly. She hadn't been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Now these cards were strewn upon the floor, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal black clubs. Mary Kay caught the eye of a nearby joker. His lips pulled into an unsettling smile and shivered. She knew she was being paranoid, but she felt almost as if the cards were mocking her. Mary Kay reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card, then flipped over. She did not want to look at the Joker's grinning face. She did not want to think, either, about what Henny was doing, or how she was feeling, and she certainly did not want to think of her own future. It would be easier to derive such musings from her mind, and yet, though Mackay tried to keep her thoughts placid, like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister queries, sharp tooth-like ears, writhed just beneath the surface. What happened when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Mackay quickly? Or would she make her suffer first? Magdalena had seemed to derive great pleasure from the torture the bandits lead her, but she had said she did not care to harm young ladies. Had she meant it? Mackay could only hope. If Magdalena did mean to kill her, she'd do so quickly. She had suffered enough for one night. No. For one lifetime. Mackay, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. When she imagined how Magdalena might kill her, a blade to the throat, perhaps, poison, drowning, strangulation, her skin, which was now icy cold, ripped with goose flesh. She didn't want to be stabbed, or poisoned, or drowned, or choked. She wanted to live. Mary Kay had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young lady, a young woman, though not as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore. She had little experience in the world beyond her parents' home. From an early age, okay, Meg had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient and, above all else, pliant. She was supposed to think about herself. She was not supposed to think about herself, let alone stand up for herself. It wasn't appropriate conduct for a lady. Mary Kay had endured 25 years as such, living only to please her parents. Her parents as esteemed visitors, and later, her parents' chosen fiancé. But it had not felt like living. The only thing Mary Kay felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. I was checking. Just checking something. In transit. Currently there as of today. Okay, sorry. Just checking where something in one of the packages are, because I realized I haven't checked the status of this one of these things is. It's been in. I'm waiting for the pre-order to finish, and it's on the way eventually. And this thing, I'm not sure when it's gonna get here. It's in Canada. Anyway, sorry. Distracted by looking at goddamn my mail, my email, checking them. Miko was 25. Vaughn was 26. But she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She never truly lived. How then was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some places she had read about in stories. Such dreams had been all which kept Mary Kay going throughout her dreary days kept indoors. She had persevered not for the sake of the present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited beyond the horizon. Now, Mary Kay feared she would never be able to reach the future. Reach that future, her life was to be curtailed. What's her name? Curtailed before it could even truly begin. She would never see any of the world again. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her. Exotic settings for stories and nothing more. She had been born trapped. Now she would die. The only difference was, it was no longer her parents trapping her, but a monster. Had her 25 years thus far been a story? Meike thought bitterly. It would have been a hopelessly dull one, full of endless waiting, but precious little doing. Waiting to live. Waiting to die. Was there any difference between these two states, really? Well, all was said and done.
There's no point in trying about it.
Meike muttered, under her breath, in the dark for her own peace of mind.
There's no guarantee I would be allowed to live, even if Magdalena did set me free. I would have returned to Per Gerhard, and we would wed. And then I'd spend the rest of my days trapped in his house. I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a closeted wife. Is that any better, really?
In Meike's eyes, it would have been nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on little joints for his housebound bored wife was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Meike had no life. She knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle, she had never been allowed to live as she had wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. The minutes passed by, each more intolerable than the last, until Meike was alerted by the sound of footsteps. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened, with a scraping squeal, and once more, Magdalena into Meike's cell. Though Meike had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fare you, my dear captive? I do apologize for the wait. Oh. Never mind me. Never mind about that, about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free? Goodness me. Your loyalty towards your lady is almost profound. I am certain you would be inquiring as to your own fate. No. You seem only to care about her. You really ought to worry about yourself more, given the circumstances. But I shall endure to allay your worries. I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, and bid her on her merry way. Why do you ask? Do you not trust me? You've done a little to deserve it, given the way you've treated Henny and I both, but I'm so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be right on her own. That reminds me, that remains to be seen. I might have set her free. There's no guarantee she'll be able to find her way to Augsburg, not in the dark, with all this fog. These woods are dense, the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come to no surprise if she were to find herself lost, or else the mercy of wild animals. This forest is ferreting with wolves. Did you know that? Wolves? Oh yes, this forest is just as much their territory as it is mine. They often come out at night to hunt. Bandits aren't the only thing ladies have to watch out for. And if your lady friend is resourceful, and luck is on her side, she might emerge from this trial unscathed. Give me a quick second as I check something. I'm checking something. I'm trying to find something. Hurry up. Load faster. Load faster, for fuck's sake, Google. If your lady friend is resourceful, and luck is on her side, you should emerge from this trial unscathed. Let us hope that she'll be alright, shall we? Maykay said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turns, not to her own indeterminate fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, wreathed in the ephemeral fog, ephemeral fog, ephemeral fog, ephemeral fog, ephemeral fog, Maykay saw Henny backed against the corpse of trees. Their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore down upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in spades, if her performance in Joker was anything to be believed. She'd always been better at cons than Maykay. Now enough about Lady Henrique is no longer my captive, and as such is of little interest in me. I would far rather speak of you. To me, Yes, indeed. I've designed on you, my loyal little servant girl. I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay. Designs? Then you mean make her press her fingers to the base of her throat. She would feel her pulse beating beneath the surface, as her cool skin as erratic as a rabbit's caught in the snare. Do you wish to drain me of my blood? Do you want me to drain you of your blood? Magdalena tittered. How very eager you are. It is not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only, if you mean to heal me, that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting. Oh yes, that look in your eyes is delectable. It may be more than enough, more so even than your blood. You're so very defiant. Well, what is it that I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor Virginia. That is because of the cold. And not because of your right? I'm gonna start again, sorry. I'm distracted again. Who's to no one's surprise, I'm once again distracted. Lol. Give me a second, I need to find something. Where is it? Or did I think it maybe did I delete it? I think I deleted it actually. I deleted the photo. Actually, I don't think I wrote down the photo. Never mind. Oh well, it's fine. And not because of your fright. I was able to protect my dear friend. I have nothing to be afraid of now. Then you care nothing of your own life? I've never been forced into life. You may take it if you wish. You won't be the only one. Yes. That is the fate, or so I have heard, of being a servant. You poor dear. Magdalena's Rad's eyes softened, and for a moment, May-Kay wondered whether she would see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's fair. She's pretty hot, though, is she not? It lasted only a second, however, before it faded. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. For the moment, that is. Or drain your blood, in due course, but I have no desire to do so now. The bandits I encountered either made for more than satisfactory at me. I am so gutted, I did not think I could drink another drop of blood. Then you mean to draw this farce out longer? Still? I'll draw it out for as long as I wish, until I'm sufficiently thirsty. This seems little sense in overindulging. I'm sure that your blood is sweeter than abundance. It's not that only but it only but then it makes it more imperative to save you until I truly want you. Though it was Mika's death Madeline spoke of, there seemed something sultry, seductive, even, in the way she stressed her words. Mika who was unamused to being wanted, unused to being wanted, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks. Despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt? She supposed she would feel a prickling sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh and then. Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold. You'll catch your death of cold staying inside this dreary cell. And then you'll be no use to me, use to anybody. If I'm to enjoy you properly, I would prefer to do so while your body is still warm. What? He looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending. Are you letting me go? In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I don't believe that these quarters are woefully appropriate for a long-term stay. Especially not for a fair maiden such as yourself. You'll be in my abode for several days yet, I fear, until I'm further in need of you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort. How? Unexpected. I didn't know that you would be so gracious. I can be. I've hidden depths, much like the forest that surrounded my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so. And your skin's so pale, poor dear, and you and I could almost be sisters. White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't for maidens. Not even the fairest in all the land. Now please, follow me. I doubt you've any real wish to stay here, languishing, unless you mean to make a further matriarch of yourself. Martyr yourself. No, Mikey. Make it. Bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Magdalena. But she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell and miserable alongside it. She remained there overnight. It did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins might freeze. Mikey had already given up on her own. But she did not want to die as a stray dog, ragged with shivers. If that is what you want from that's what you want from me, then I've no reason to refuse. Oh, how miserable you are. The words which come from your mouth might be stubborn, but it seems you've experience when it comes to following orders. Of course I do. I'm a mage, like I said. Ah, yes. So you did. Well, that would explain your civility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse, so I would be bitten to carry you. But that is fine too. It spares me the effort. Shall we?
I mean, I want to be carried by her. If can I be carried by her? Can I be carried by her instead? Please? Kindly, please? You know? You know? I'd be down. Please? You know. Yeah. For a reason at all. It does. Think be nice. Yeah, I agree. Totally.
Shall we? Please, lead the way.
Makia dropped Magdalena's curtsy, this time taking her dirtied skirt between her fingers, and the pads of which had turned pink from the cold. Magdalena smiled at this display.
You're a prisoner. You're awfully cheeky.
Then turned upon her heel, after bidding Makia to follow. Naturally, Makia obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. Naturally, Makia obeyed. She could not see. She could see she had no little choice in the matter. Magdalena led Makia down the twisting hallway, packed full of cells identical to the ones Makia and Henny had been imprisoned in. Can I just throw something in? I just switched over. Downloads? Yes, more downloads. It was... I thought I deleted it, actually. Alright, sorry. I'm gonna... yeah, I got rid of them. Never mind. Or not. Maybe not. I don't remember. Whatever. Makia tried not to peer into these cells. She passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her. She found her head swiveling. She feared, as she stared to the darkness, that she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies. It was so very dark in the dowers of Magdalena's home that Makia could scarcely see anything. Not even the moonlight, which spilled intermittently through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Makia supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells, was, as she passed, was probably a good thing. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Magdalena eventually brought Makia to the foot of a staircase, which led up from her subterranean cells. Be careful. Magdalena cautioned Meike before she began their ascent.
These steps are steep and slippery too. If you fall, you may break your neck.
Had Meike been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her, so... Broken neck didn't seem like so very cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's design upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than having the blood drained. At the very least, it would be a swift demise than freezing in a prison cell. Meike felt little in the way of humor, however. She took the chill banister beneath her right hand, and began to climb. She would recognize the irony in Magdalena's warning, though only vaguely. Her mouth felt hewn into a permanent line, hewn into a permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. Her mouth and she seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. The chill of the basement faded as Meike cleared the final step, the twisted staircase, to emerge in a spacious hallway lined with arched windows. The hallway was not so very dissimilar to the decor of her parents' home, though it was less ornate. The furnishings wore down by old age. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but it had clearly fallen to rot and ruin. Its heyday long since past. The air on the ground floor smelt and felt almost as rank as that in the dungeon. An envy conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Meike could feel it in the air when she inhaled. The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily, unpleasantly, upon her tongue. Meike swallowed, hoping to void her mouth the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say, "Bless you." "Thank you," Meike replied, abashed, and then, "I thought you did not care for God and his teachings." "I don't, but I presume that you do. I thought you might appreciate it." "I see. How very thoughtful of you." "I know. For a vampire, I'm unusually sensitive." Mute with fatigue, he continued to follow Magdalena to the end of the hall, wherein the wooden door was inlaid. Ninja seized the brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments, as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room, with a ceiling so cavernous. Naked had to crane her neck to see it. A large, ornate staircase was set in the center of the room, which rose the floor above it. The banisters made of wrought iron. This, Nico supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Magdalena's home, could it really be a castle, was larger even than Mike's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within this sentence of splout luxury, Mike felt smaller than ever before. A tiny doll rather than a grown woman rattling about in playhouse. The entrance hall must have been a fine once, which showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse that it made Mika's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one small corner of the room, where its lid was shut. Mika doubted it had been played, if it still could be played, in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall, hanging aloft from the high ceiling. But when Mika craned back her neck upward, she could see even in the darkness it was festooned with spiderwebs. The house might have been grand once, but it was not so now. It seemed to wonder, really, that it still stood, and clearly it was uncared for.
The servants don't seem to be working very hard.
Nika spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air.
Perhaps you ought to see hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit.
Nika brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase, then drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and index finger were fuzzy with dust.
Yes.
Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Mikio and smiled.
Are you judging my home, Mika? I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought it might feel more homely. That it's so, that's all. If less
of a pile. Magdalena coughed. Magdalena laughed, then shook her head.
You are quite right, of course, to judge. Please, judge away to your heart's content.
I've never been a fan of this place myself. Its scale is too grandiose, even for my liking.
My great-grandfather,
it was he who had this place built. Had more money than made sense, and absolutely no taste to back it up. The house has no need to be this large. But there was land enough for it, and money too. And when a man has land and money, it means he will often think, well, why not? Prout. practicality matters like little in the decision of a great man, and neither to my unending woe does his aesthetic sense. I can believe that. My own father, my master rather. Miko's face flushed in this grief, tips of her ear turning pink. Half filled my own residence with pointless baubles. They were all very expensive, but not practically cohesive. The parlor looked like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there, in case I broke something. And it seems we have something in common. I found this place dismal, even when my family was alive. And we had a legion of maids back then, to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and the cobwebs at bay. Bless their hearts, they could have combated loneliness. Now, my family's dead. Our maids along with them. I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am. So my home was rather left to go to ruin. I glean what I can, but there's so very much house to glean. Only what it means. It's quite the old challenge. My attempts at cleaning have fallen quite by the wayside during the last half-century. Hope you can forget my slovenliness. Oh no, I'm fine. I understand. You're too kind. Magdalena's red eyes softened as they head back in the deep dungeon, with something akin to sympathy. But before Mike could ponder this, her jailer turned. No, listen to me, prattle on. It is the most inconsiderate to me, especially when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. Mike followed behind Magdalena, as a puppy might, almost grateful to her for the promise of room and of her bed. It was as Magdalena said. She really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath her warm covers, even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Anything would be better than the stone floor upon which she had been lying. Mika yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertip still flecked with dust, instantly to her mouth. Oh? But half asleep though she was, Mika's senses were altered enough for her to detect a sudden noise. Alert enough. There came, through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not dissimilar to that Mika had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream. Or was it? Mika was unsure. This scream was fainter than the one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground, under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was that the person concealed in Magdalene's abode? Somebody other than herself? Was another captive, kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny? Magdalena? Lena's. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I'd rather you use a nickname, as you did with your mistress. Mike wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena wasn't close enough to allow the use of nicknames, but she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did it matter, really? How she addressed Magdalena? When soon she'll be dead. Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard? What noise? You didn't hear it? Mike stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patent disbelief. It wasn't very loud. I'd grant you that, but it was unmistakable. I swear it sounded just like a scream. A scream, Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not unheard of in my abode when I'm an injured prisoner. Mika shivered. But there's nobody here now except me and you. Nobody living, at least. Then it's not the imprisoned bandit? Certainly not. You will never make a peep again. I made sure of that. With my own 2 hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see. Oh. Mika pressed a hand to her own throat, as if to check its integrity, and as such, she did so, choked. The air so thick with dust, it's hard to breathe. No, dear. Worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus, if that is what you are worrying. I am a woman of my word, and I promise I let her go. She is quite... well... she's not necessarily alright, but she is away from him, and there is a possibility that she might live to see another dawn. Then we screamed. What was that sound? It must have been your imagination. You have overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted by in your situation. It didn't feel like a dream. It didn't feel like a dream, though. No. Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem quite in keeping with her aristocratic bearing. I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It's very draughty in here. Is that all? That's all it could have been. Unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak? Magdalena's red eyes bore into Mika's, so intense, Mika feared that they might consume her. Unsettled, Mika glanced away. No, I wasn't certain that. Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their mind in the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best, not to let us down. Why, you haven't swooned even once, which is more than most men can say when I am bringing them here. It's really quite commendable. You might swoon, though, from lack of sleep and continue to tarry. Let us off. Let us be off, or we shall never make it to our destination. Mikian nodded, then followed along behind her hostess anew. She could no longer hear the screaming, but its memory haunted her, all the same. That cry she had heard, though briefly, had not sounded the breeze, regardless of what Magdalena said. Mikey was certain that sound had belonged to a person. But why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Here we are. Home, sweet home. So, Magdalena looked at me. Meg! And an amused smile playing along her lips. What do you think? Meg examined the room mutely, her hands folded in her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, lit only by a pair of candles on either side of the bed. Meg could see, despite the darkness, that it was every bit Delaric. Fucking words. As the rest of Magdalena's home, however. And even if she hadn't been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. The air was fusty, though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though, neatly made, were wholly with age, with insects, as the carpet upon the floor. It was a sad room, which had been ignorant of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodging to those which Meg had broken. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too. The Meg had possessed nothing to store in it save the tattered clothes upon her own back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing, and a chamber pot for more delicate business beneath. This pot was, thankfully, far cleaner than the one Meg had found in the dungeon. So white and spotless she imagined it unused. The desk faced a large window, which was currently occupied by a set of dark blue curtains. You could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded much of a view even if she had drawn the curtain down. But it was very late, after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it wasn't warm either. The wind crept in through fine cracks in the aged window to toy with the reddish-orange flames of the two lit candles, to toy, too, with Meg's hair at the hem of her dress. She shivered. Okay. It is now 7, my time. And I think that's a relatively good place to end it. We've made it to a lovely bedroom that's not too disheveled. It's quite derelict though, because it's extremely unkept. It is extremely disgusting in terms of unkeptness. Everything is caked in dust, which is not the best thing in the world. But that is it for today, for Sapphic Sunday. Thank you for hanging out with me. Hope you all had a lovely time. I am quite enjoying this game so far. Thank you again, Possum, for gifting me this lovely little game. Oh, spoilers. So I'm looking at the gallery. Spoilers in the gallery? Oh, keep photos in the gallery. Anyways, I'm liking it so far. I'm excited. I'm excited to play more of it next time. I'm gonna do more of it next time I boot up the game, which I'm excited for. But that is it for today. Hope you have a lovely time. We're gonna go hi to, let's see. You can go hi to your regular. Maybe I'll play. Yeah, let's go to the regular. Let's go to the regular. Let's go to Leary, the lovely Leary. Still playing Voice Stranger. She's having a ball playing Voice Stranger and stuff. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. If you enjoyed, next stream is, as usual, tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. We're gonna be playing a new game. I'm excited to try it out. I've had it in my library for a little bit. Haven't touched it ever, actually, so I'm excited to try it out and see how it goes. Might be a bit stressful, I think, but maybe not too stressful just yet. I might get stressful later on if I far in the game. But we're just starting a new game tomorrow, so it won't be too stressful. But see you then. Until have a lovely rest of your day, night, whatever. And yeah, see you then.